Alright, hopefully audio's coming through okay. Planning on a kind of a little impromptu stream today at the request of a roommate. We're going to be playing a couple leagues of 4-color Death Shadow as usual, but today we are having the fun of testing out some counter spells in the board. If you can see closely enough, we've got Aether Gust, which isn't necessarily a counter spell, but typically has the same kind of effect. You have something that your opponent is doing this turn, you don't want them to do it this turn. We're going to set it aside for later, or potentially shuffle something into their library if they fetch. It's got a little bit of versatility. We'll see how it goes. Ceremonious Rejection for the Tron, Eldrazi Tron matchups. Can also come in against things like Ad Nauseum. Just a very powerful card in its effect. We just have to keep an eye on the fact that it is pretty narrow. It's not going to be the most versatile card out there. It's kind of got one function and sticking to that pretty well. Delay is one that I have not tried previously, so I'm kind of interested to see how that one goes. The typical idea is we're assuming we're going to kill them in the 3 turns between when we delay something and when it actually gets to come back and resolve. So it's useful in matchups where you want to keep yourself from dying right now and you don't really care about the future. So good against things like Bedlam Reveler, against Stormwing Entity, against a lot of the combo decks. Things where just those extra couple turns are going to swing the match for you. Mystical Dispute, obviously fantastic if your opponent is casting anything with blue in the mana cost. Could be Ice Fang Coatls, Teferi, Uro, Cryptic Commands, Archmage's Charms. There's really a whole plethora of options that you have available. Philip, how's it going? Glad you're able to swing by. I know I didn't say anything about streaming today. It was just kind of a last minute decision, so we'll see how it goes. And then obviously our Stubborn Denials in the main, one of the primary reasons to be playing blue in your Death Shadow deck, and Drown in the Loch. So Drown in the Loch in the main has become kind of a favorite of mine. It's typically fantastic game 1, a little less exciting games 2 and 3 when you start boarding into things like Spell Bombs, Ashioks, or you expect your opponent to have Mass Grave Hate like Relic of Progenitus. It gives you that extra bit of flexibility of being a removal spell when you need it, a counter spell when you need it, but there are matches where it can get a little less exciting. Sure, just saw it in my inbox. Too tired to play. Absolutely, that's the best time to see it. Like when you want some Magic content, but you just don't feel like playing yourself. Then it is great timing when that happens. The rest of the 75 at this point is, I'm not going to say standard, but a lot of the elements you'll see across multiple shadow lists. Things like uh, obviously your threat suite like Death Shadows, Tarmogoyfs, Slurus, Street Wraiths in some matchups, Fatal Pushes, your hand disruption elements, Traverse, Dismembers, and your Battle Rage Finish if you are playing a version with red in it. Sideboard, Assassin's Trophy, Brutality, Plague Engineer are becoming a little more stock nowadays. Veil of Summer and Nihil Spellbomb can also round out your interaction. Ashiok, we see lists with or without. I think it's fantastic in the matchups you want it. Uh, Maybe Hex Parasite in the side someday. So absolutely, like I would be more than happy to play a stream sometime this week with Hex Parasite and try to show it off a bit. I think the card is fantastic, and I'm not running it because I want to try a lot of these other spells in different configurations at the moment. But I don't think I've ever had a matchup where I was just upset to see Hex Parasite, and plenty of wins that I've had from tutoring it. Alright, so let's go ahead and jump into match number 1. We'll get this moved. Oh, nope, opponent joined. Never mind, you can see the list for half a second. Alright. Mateus F34. Alright, so let's evaluate our opening hand here. We've got turn 1 discard, which on the draw is something extremely important to look for. We've got bits of interaction, but we don't have a plan with this hand. If these instants aren't online, we're not getting Traverse active anytime soon. We're not aggressively lowering our life total if we do draw a shadow. We don't have redraws, so I'm going to mulligan this one. Alright, so here we've got our discard on the draw. Again, fantastic. We've got a bit of interaction, but we have a redraw. So I'm going to keep this one. I'm going to bottom this Luris. It's a ways off of being online. So let's ship the Luris. And we just want to be in a matchup where this hand disruption is live. So Power Plant go. Power Plant with no 1-drop typically means Eldrazi-tron. If we saw Star Sphere map, we'd be a little more inclined to say just like mono green Tron. But we're going to fetch up a Watery Grave here. We have a turn 1 play that we know we want to cast, so we don't want to bobble ourselves. But we can bobble our opponent to see if they're drawing something that we care about. So Reality Smasher, right, it is Eldrazi Tron. Alright, so their hand is not fantastic. Obviously, they're really looking for that Eldrazi Temple or 3rd Tron land. The Dismember is only live when we want it to be live. So I'm inclined to take the Matter Reshaper. We can Thoughtseize away this Reality Smasher next turn and kind of leave them with this Dismember in hand until we get a threat down and are able to hold up Stubborn Denial. Alright, so we know they're drawing Reality Smasher. Tarmogoyf's a good draw. If we find our second land, that Dismember isn't even live because Tarmogoyf just grows to a 5/6 as Dismember resolves. Alright, so we'll see what they're drawing next. Warping Whale, sure. And here we're just looking for our second land. Perfect. Alright, so is there any reason we want to Thoughtseize now instead of playing Tarmogoyf? And if we know we've got artifact, sorcery, land, creature in the yard, so we know Tarmogoyf's going to grow to a 5/6 if they Dismember. So that means we just want to go ahead and play out this Tarmogoyf so we get our clock moving. And pass back to our opponent. And now they've got a lot of cards in their hand that they do want to use pretty aggressively. Like Warping Whale isn't going to be great as the game goes on. It's oftentimes just better as a chump blocker early. Blast Zone they can tick up, but they're going to lose a land and a little bit of their progress if they decide to go that route. Alright, Fatal Push isn't terrible. So we know they've played Mine, Blast Zone. We have perfect information on their hand. If we Thoughtseize and look at taking, say, the Dismember, we can grow the Tarmogoyf now and make it a 4-turn clock instead of 5. If we Thoughtseize and they respond by Dismembering, we can Stubborn Denial or Drown in the Lock, or Stubborn Denial the Dismember. We can't Drown and Lock the Dismember. And if they want to just pay the life and dismember the Tarmogoyf, I think we're just fine with that. Because we're just trading we're trading 1 point of damage here. They would be losing 4 instead of taking 5 off of the Tarmogoyf. So I think we're in the camp of just taking Reality Smasher. It's the scariest card in their hand by a pretty wide margin. And we have Stubborn Denial for all his dust. And if we can set up a point where we can Drown in the Loch this Dismember, so they can't, like, all his dust, pay for Stubborn Denial after they've dismembered our Tarmogoyf, then we're in pretty good position. So let's get rid of some of these things. Alright, so best draw for them would be 3rd Tron land, of which that is not it. Now we're going to start fixing our mana and kind of set up for life post Tarmogoyf, because we're assuming they're going to want to get rid of this pretty aggressively, especially now that they have the temple. But if they want to sit around and try to draw into something, we're fine with that too. Alright. So now we'll start looking at, like, popping this peat land. Maze Mine Tome, I am not a significant fan of them having. So let's go ahead and get rid of that. And here we're just looking for a threat. Pretty much any threat at this point is great. So if we take Warping Whale, we can cut their interaction, but I think we want to take Dismember in case we draw into a shadow. Let's think about this. Dismember would cost them the life. If we draw Tarmogoyf, then taking Warping Whale is better. Yeah, let's be safe and take the Dismember. We might spin this instep, just like losing a life with Nurturing Peatland. Alright, so that makes me even more inclined to pop this Peatland, so that we're not getting up to the point where Tectonic Edge is active. Not that it really matters against us. Thoughtseize is good. And a shadow. Alright, so Thoughtseize will help clear the way for this shadow. If they want to cast a Warping Whale here, sure. Now we're just looking for a fetch land so that we can play out this shadow and hold up a hard Stubborn Denial. Shaper, sure. We might even get lucky and have them hit us with this Reshaper. Fetch land. Lurrus of the Dream Den. Not quite where we want to be. Alright, so I'm just going to pass the turn here. I want to incentivize them to hit us with this Matter Reshaper, so that if we draw just like a fetch land, we can Battle Rage for lethal. They're ways off of casting this All Is Dust. Thank you. Is this a Thought Knot? Oh, that's a really good draw for them. So they take our shadow here. Inquisition, not where we want to be. So I think we are just dead on board. Alright, so if we had played out the shadow there, they thought not. They could take Battle Rage, I'd assume take Fatal Push. But yeah, I still believe it's right to not play out that shadow that turn before. Because if we play out the shadow, they're guaranteed not to hit us with the Matter Reshaper. If we don't play out the shadow, then hitting us with the Matter Reshaper means that a fetch land turns on a Revolted Fatal Push plus Temur Battle Rage, and that combination is typically enough to get through most situations there. Alright, so things we want to bring in. Assassin's Trophy and Ceremonious Rejection. Trophy can hit lands, creatures, can hit Chalice. Ceremonious Rejection can counter all of the same. Delay's not bad. We do have to think about things like Cavern of Souls, whether or not that's something that we want to consider playing around. Things to take out. Some number of Fatal Push. I typically like leaving at least a Fatal Push in. It's pretty good in situations where you might be able to get a Thought Knot or a Matter Reshaper off the board and kind of clear the way. And then Drown in the Lock's pretty rough. A lot of their stuff they're casting ahead of curve by a pretty significant margin, and we do have to be conscientious of things like what's the land? Scavenging Grounds, the one that you sack and exile yards. So there is a chance that it's just dead later. Cling to Dust is also a consideration if we wanted to say bring or take out a Cling, leave in an extra Fatal Push. That's pretty well up to personal preference. I think I'm going to lean on the side of just leaving in one push. I know a lot of people say like take out Inquisition in these kind of matchups, which is fine for Eldrazi Tron builds of a year and a half, 2 years ago. Now that Maze Mind Tome is a card, and you're looking at more 1 to 2 mana spells, or 1 to 2 mana with things like Warping Whale, which isn't even great, but it is something to think about, and Dismember. It's often better to leave those Inquisitions in. Alright, so this hand has got land, artifact in the yard early for Traverse. We can stub a Chalice, but that doesn't actually turn on Traverse. We don't have a threat. We don't have Hand Disruption, and we're a little flooded, so I think I'm going to ship this back. Oh, here we're really flooded. We've got the Hand Disruption. Battle Rage isn't going to do anything unless we have a threat, so let's look for one more. Alright, so here we've got our interaction. We've got a redraw, so we're certainly keeping this. Now let's think about what we're bottoming. I'm partial to bottoming the second Assassin's Trophy, because we're going to be interacting with their cheap stuff anyway. And then our second bottom, I'm leaning towards the Peat Land. We're going to have, we know this is going to be getting a Watery Grave. We got a redraw. We've got our turn 2 draw. We've got interaction if we don't find our second land right away. And I think the trophy to be able to deal with the troublesome permanent if it does land is more important. So let's go with this. And turn 1 we'll just play our land, play our bauble, and pass. There's no need to bauble ourselves right away, because the likelihood of them having a turn 1 play that we care about is low. If they do have like Tron Land Map, we can soft stub. I think I'm in the mind of just soft stubbing this relic. Alright. So, got Relic off. So we'll take a look at what they've got coming off the top. Smasher, pretty solid. Alright, let's see how quickly we can draw our second land. Ooh, Cavern's going to make our life a little difficult. Cavern into map. So we might as well rejection this, because if they start getting more temples with this Cavern, this rejection's never going to be live. So we want to go ahead and get some use out of it now. Luris not quite. We might get ourselves in a position where we're able to Assassin's Trophy away this Cavern if we need access to this mana. Chalice on 1, sure. We've got a trophy to cover that. Now we certainly have a trophy to cover that. Expecting Smasher here. Oh no, thought not. So let's just go ahead and take this Chalice off the board, because if we do draw a shadow, we want to be able to get it down pretty aggressively. They take the Luris, which is interesting. Smasher here. Yep. Alright, so we really need to top deck a shadow. That's kind of our out, is like shadow into something else. Inquisition is not going to do it. Alright, so game 1, we could have played that shadow more aggressively. I still don't think it was right, but it was an option that we had available. Game 2, the mole really hurt us. We could have kept the second land and just said that we're relying on our counterspells and put back the second Assassin's Trophy. In hindsight, obviously, we would have gotten hurt pretty bad by that, as we did see they did have the Cavern of Souls in hand. But we could have gone off the belief that that second land finding or randomly drawing into a threat like turn 2 would have given us a better chance. But can't win them all. So let's see what we got for round 2. We'll move this over here a little bit so everybody stopping by can see this this amalgamation that we're trying out today. It's a little more counter heavy than some of the lists we typically run, so we're trying out like Aether Gust, Ceremonious Rejection, Delay, and Mystical Dispute in the board, Drown and Lock in the main. And kind of just seeing which of these are going to give us the most flexibility. Alright, counter 4. What you got? You got something. Alright, on the draw, double threat, you got to redraw on 1. Giganta the Wellspring. Alright, so typically Giganta means humans, Tron, or Storm. Um, I don't think there's really any way to guess which one is most likely. So how do these match, or how do this hand match up against those options? It's great against Storm. It's not terrible against humans, but it's not fantastic. And it's pretty horrendous against Tron. So that sounds about like 50-50 to me. So we'll roll with it and see which one we get. Could also be like an off-the-wall brew. Humans? Yeah. Alright. So, no turn 1 Aether Vial means I'm kind of inclined to just go ahead and push this Hierarch. Obviously we're gonna... Oh, now I'm really inclined to just push this Hierarch. I was gonna say, obviously we're going to bobble ourselves first, because if we see something that we want, we don't have to fetch. Kitesail Freebooter is a consideration, so maybe we don't want to reveal this draw just yet. But if they do have Freebooter, they're pretty locked into just taking the second push. So I don't think it's going to matter too much. Temur Battle Rage, not where we want to be just yet. So I'm going to get Watery Grave here, which seems counterproductive because Stubborn Denial is not a great card against humans, but we do have Drown in the Loch in the main, and at the moment the Drown in the Loch is a better draw than that Temur Battle Rage. And we might want to be able to double black later so we're not getting Breeding Pool. Now let's see if we get Moto bugged and draw the Battle Rage off the top. Yeah, yield. Thoughtseize off the top. Okay. It's not a bad one. So if they go like Thalia here, we can play Tarmogoyf. Go Meddling Mage. Sure. Probably name like Fatal Push. So yeah, it's a pretty difficult card to name blindly with. Like, do you name Fatal Push knowing I've already shown you one, so the chances of having one another is lower? Named card is Thoughtseize. Okay. So to me, that screams, I've got something I don't want you to take. So I'm in the camp of pushing this Meddling Mage and Thoughtseizing. I could just be completely wrong and their hand could be absolute gas and they don't even mind being Thoughtseized. But they could just be hinging on like a Manus Rider that they wanted to get turn 2. Alright, so their hand isn't great. We're going to take the Manus Rider. We've got the ground pretty clogged up with these Tarmogoyfs. And we're just kind of hoping that they don't draw a third land right away. So we're able to kind of stifle a little bit of their board advance. Because if they just go like Champion into Thalia's Lieutenant, is this a freebooter? Yeah. Alright, I was going to say, if they just go like Champion into Thalia's Lieutenant, the Champion gets pretty big, but our Tarmogoyf is still bigger. So I believe they're pretty locked into taking the Drown there. Alright, so we're looking to just put down some Tarmogoyfs. And our Tarmogoyfs can outrace this freebooter even with a Thalia's Lieutenant trigger. So we are going to look at being pretty aggressive once we start getting these threats down. We do want to close out the game before they start drawing like reflector mages and phantasmal images and things that we can't really deal with as well. Of note, if we do draw the red source now, we can Temur Battle Rage a phantasmal image to get it off the board. Doesn't come up off the time, but it's a nice little move to have in your back pocket. Probably naming Tarmogoyf here. Yep. Alright, so how aggressive do they want to be? Pretty aggressive. Alright, so we're looking for things like Dismember, a Death Shadow. The red source isn't terrible. That's probably our worst draw. Alright, so we're going to exile one of our Fatal Pushes. We want to exile with the Watery Grave because drawing Traverse is live, but drawing like Stubborn Denial is not. They already have our Drown in the Lock, so there's no blue spells that we care about. Okay. So if we swing for 5, and they Thalia's Lieutenant, they get to swing back for 5. We go to 7, and we're losing that race pretty badly. So we need to play a little bit more on the back foot and just look at drawing into ways to deal with this Kitesail freebooter. Alternatively, a way to deal with this Meddling Mage does unlock our hand too. I think their best draws right now would probably include the 3rd land, because if they're able to start double spelling or playing like Manus Rider, Reflector Mage off the top, then it gets significantly worse for us. Best draw would be Reflector Mage, obviously, with Meddling Mage sitting here. Double Champion, sure. Alright, we need some good vibes. We need to draw a Fatal Push off the top. And then we can decide if we want to Fatal Push the freebooter and have access to Drown, or if we just want to Fatal Push the Meddling Mage and play a Tarmogoyf. Probably the latter, but never hurts to have options. We'll get a tapped Blood Crypt here. So we know their last card is Champion, or not Champion of the Parish, it's Thalia's Lieutenant. Shadow is a pretty good draw as well. So if we attack out, or attack with our Tarmogoyf, then what's our plan? They can't gang block to kill our Tarmogoyf, so the likelihood of them just taking 5 is high. They Thalia's Lieutenant, and they have a 3/3 champion, a 4/4 champion, a 3/3 mage, and a 2/3 freebooter. If we block the 4/4 champion, we take 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're not dead. And we kill them with Battle Rage on the crackback. If they draw Mantis Rider, we take 4 in the air for sure. We block the 3/3 champion, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we live. If they draw Reflector Mage, we take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 again. But we probably die because we can't replay the Shadow. Alright, so I think I'm in the camp of we're not winning if we give them too many more draw steps. So, like we expected, they're not blocking. Here's a Shadow. And if they just play Champion of the Parish attack, then we're in okay spot. I don't remember if they saw this Battle Rage off of the freebooter or not. They did not. So that's important to note. They do not know that we have this Battle Rage at the moment. But they do know we have a Tarmogoyf. They don't know about the second one. So that does mean that they play this this lieutenant, and they are a little more inclined to attack all out if they just think that they're going to have an opportunity to end the game. Or it might not be all out, it might just be a creature or two. And also important, in combat situations like this, Death Shadow can block a creature that's bigger than it is, because you will lose the life and grow the shadow at the same time that all combat damage is dealt. So even though it won't deal more damage to the opposing creature and take it out, you do have the ability to survive combat. Alright, so let's think here. If they attack all out, this is 6, 7, 8, 9, so they're dead. So they don't know about Shadow blocking a bigger creature and living. Because we could block like the 3/3 champion, Shadow would live, we'd kill the champion, we'd take 6, go to 4. We'd have 18 trample. Important to note. So let's double check our math just to make sure. We're taking 7, 8, 9, going to 1. Shadow trample is lethal. So we're just not blocking here. We go to our turn, and we Battle Rage a Shadow. And Fatal Push for insurance. Are they going to make us go through attacking? Nope. Alright. It's game 1, Steel over Humans. Oh, I forgot to update my my matchup log after last match. So we played Eldrazi Tron. Did pick up the loss there. Alright, Humans. Stubborn Denial, pretty easy first board out. For those of you who don't know, this area over here is kind of like the sideboarding option zone. We get to move stuff in and out as we determine what we want to bring in, what we want to take out. These are all things that I'm pretty interested in having in the deck. Cavern of Souls, what isn't a thing, I would consider Mystical Dispute for Reflector Mage or Manus Rider. Veil is one to at least consider. Stops Freebooter, Reflector Mage, which are often, especially Reflector Mage, one of the more impactful spells in the matchup. I'm not saying for sure we're going to bring it in, just something to consider. Typically boarding out like a Street Wraith or two is fine against an aggressive deck like humans. Cling in the Dust is a redraw, can gain you a little bit of life if we need that. Hand Disruption is a little bit weaker because they are getting pretty ahead pretty quickly with Vial and Hierarchs. And then our last spot, could just board out one of these Clings. Go like that. Alternatively, we could only bring in one Veil and leave the Thoughtseize in. Now we want to take out Thoughtseize as best we can, so we leave in Cling. Take out those. Go like that. I know Veil seems like a weird one, but you often get into the situation where you need to just hold a threat on the board for a turn or two to give yourself a chance to stabilize. And if they just have Reflector Mage in one of those turns, it is game over. Alright, so this hand doesn't have Hand Disruption. We've got removal, we've got threats. Traverse is basically a dead card here. So we think we're going to keep it on the basis that we can clog up the ground, potentially use Trophy for like a Manus Rider. Vial, sure. Alright, Watery Grave, not quite what we're looking for. We're just going to plan on getting a tapped shock land. Conserve a little bit of our life here early. Get a tapped shock land, play a Goyf on turn 2. And then probably like another Goyf on turn 3. If we want to grow these Goyfs to like 1/2s or 2/3s after we fetch, we can Traverse. Then Assassin's Trophy will get them up to 3/4s. This also depends a bit if they have a second land. If they just go pass here, we're more inclined to Trophy the Vial. But it looks like lands are not going to be an issue for them. Alright, so Freebooter gets to take a trophy. We are pretty okay with that. So some of our best draws here. Did I not board in? Yeah, I did. Okay, never mind. I don't know why for a second I thought I didn't board in Plague Engineer. Alright, so we're going to get Overgrown Tomb off of this. The reason being we are a ways off of Temur Battle Rage being a relevant card. So we just want to make sure that we can double spell over the next few turns, and that typically involves just getting the colors we need to like traverse for a goif or something if we need it. So we are going to play out one of these lands that they know about as opposed to the peat land. One thing to keep in mind with involving things like the Horizon lands in Death Shadow is the earlier you get them out, the more life you're going to lose over the course of the game because of them. In a matchup like this, we don't necessarily want to lose that extra life too aggressively. We want to lose it when we want to lose it. So saving that for later is a little more beneficial. So if they just go like Manus Rider attack here, we're in a little bit of an awkward spot. Again, just drawing like Fatal Push would be one of our best top decks here. Something to be able to take out this freebooter, unlock our Assassin's Trophy. This could be a Thalia's Lieutenant or Reflector Mage. Yep. We are reflectored. And do they want to hit us? So they did not want to hit us knowing about this Death Shadow. We'll play this peat land here because there's a pretty good chance that we're just going to want to crack it into their turn. If we find like a Fatal Push to be able to tag this Reflector Mage, that would be nice. The old Vile Bait. I can dig it. And if we just find like Bobble into removal spells, something that can help us turn on this Traverse, then being able to get Plague Engineer is certainly not dead. The Canopy lands are such a boost to the consistency of the humans decks. Just being able to play like 5 or 6 of these, so that even if you're flooding, you're not flooding. Alright, so this does unlock our shadow. So Thalia's Lieutenant, Mirren Crusader. It's a pretty annoying card to deal with. Usually we feel much better when our opponent plays Auriok Champion. Alright, so we're not going to crack this peat land yet. I do want to play out both the Goyf and the Shadow. Just play this tapped. So let's see. What is our plan from here? They've got us on a 2-turn clock with this Mirren Crusader. this another freebooter? Alright. So drawing Plague Engineer off the top would allow us to not die to Mirren Crusader next turn. Assuming they hit us for 6 this turn, next turn it would kill the Hierarch, and the Mirren Crusader would go down to a 1/1, so they'd only hit us for 2. It would also make the Kite Sails smaller. So that's very likely our best draw. Our opponent showed game 1 that they're not aware of Shadow's ability to draw or block bigger creatures inside of combat. Not attacking with the Mirren Crusader. That is bold. So these are all things to take into consideration going into game 3. So here we're starting to look for things like red source into Battle Rage to potentially steal this game. Not attacking. Alright, so if they... What do they have here? Nothing? Just good vile etiquette. Alright, so if they attack with the Mirren Crusader, we're dead to Athalia's Lieutenant, we're dead to a second Noble Hierarch. Let's see if they make the attack, though. Because, as noted, they did not attack with the Mirren Crusader last turn, even though it was a 2-turn clock. So if we cycle Street Wraith, we go to 6, here to 5. Even if we drew like Cling to Dust, it wouldn't be enough. Yep. Alright. On to game 3. So what did we learn that game? We learned Mirren Crusader, which makes me more inclined to leave the extra hand disruption in. But we don't have any way in our 75 to get Mirren Crusader off of the board. So if it lands, we're stuck. So we want to make sure that we are doing our best to get ourselves in a position where Mirren Crusader does not matter. We're setting ourselves up to be a little bit more aggressive on the play. Because if we know a card like Mirren Crusader is in their deck, we want to make sure that we're not behind early on and in a position where they can drop it and potentially just take the game. We would love to play first. So this hand has got pseudo removal, redraw. If they start off turn 1 Vile, this hand is rough. We don't have hand disruption to turn on Drown. We're assuming that this brutality is going to allow us to. If they start off turn 1 Champion or Noble Hierarch, this hand isn't bad, but I just think it's not aggressive enough on the play. This hand is significantly better. We can bottom one of these baubles, make sure we have our 2 lands for Tarmogoyf, removal to follow up the Tarmogoyf. So now we've got the decision of if they play a Hierarch here, are we pushing? Alright, so they take that decision out of our hands. So we'll just get our scry into turn here. What do we got? Lurrus of the Dream Den. How much do I want to Lurrus? If we find our 3rd land, Lurrus with Bauble is a pretty good way to keep some of the gas flowing. Is that where we want to be? You know what? Let's give it a shot. Let's see how this Lurrus does. It's kind of an interesting situation. Like, Lurrus usually isn't something I'm ever just aggressively seeking out against humans. But if we have the ability to just, like, turn 3, slam a Lurrus, recast a Bauble, and start getting some immediate value off of it, is that something that we are more interested in? They never just keep 1-landers with a Vial, do they? Thalia? Yep. Alright. So that takes off our Vial, or our Bauble plan. So let's just go ahead and push this Thalia, and we'll get in for 4. We don't really want to give them a situation where we go to push of Thalia and they respond by like vialing in a Thalia, vialing in a Phantasmal Image, whatever, and getting a little bit of extra value. So if they Reflector Mage and we draw into our 3rd land, I don't think we feel too bad. Obviously we would love to have Veil up for Reflector Mage, but alright, so Manus Rider. So we are certainly looking for fetch land here. Manus Rider plus Thalia's Lieutenant's a little scary. Come on, fetch land. You are not a fetch land. Alright, we're cycling here because we're not in great position without a fetch land. So if we escalate this, kill the Hierarch, we can save ourselves a point of damage here. Pitch the Veil, because we're not going to have a chance to hold it up anyway. Alright, now are we attacking? I don't think we can, because we can't afford them just getting extra chip points in with this Thalia's Lieutenant. But if we draw a fetch land and we're able to hold up, like, push Thalia's Lieutenant, drown in the lock, Manus Rider, we're in pretty solid shape. Really, we just need to get this thing off the board, as they have another one. Ugh. Alright, so now we absolutely have to draw a fetch land. Do they just have a third Manus Rider? Oh no, Reflector Mage. So we're just dead. God. That's the human draws right there. That's the kind of draw that you just don't have a chance against if you decide to play Shadow. Like just double Manus Rider plus Reflector Mage, plus Vial. Nasty. Nasty. So we gotta update our humans tally. We're now below 50%. We're 2 and 3 against humans. I think this is in the last, like, 40 or so leagues. So humans has not been a popular player in Modern recently. I'm assuming the deck just has a terrible time against Uros. Alright, so we've got Hand Disruption, but we don't have a threat, we don't have redraws. So, pretty easy mulligan. Here we've got Hand Disruption, we've got threats, we've got our potential second land, we've got redraws. So we're going to keep this. And what are we bottoming? Alright, so anybody that, well, hold on. Alright, anybody that does read, like my Facebook posts, knows that when you have a fetch land and you can hold up Thoughtseize or Stub, it's often better to just hold up the Stub on turn 1 rather than Thoughtseize, because the chances that you have a non-creature spell that you can stub on turn 1 that's impactful to the game is significantly higher than your chances of taking Zilling with Thoughtseize and them not having like a duplicate. Alright, bottoming. Bottoming what? I'm thinking bottom the Fatal Push. We could look at bottoming the Street Wraith or the Traverse, but the Traverse is going to be live pretty quickly. So I think we're going to go with bottom to push. The reason being, the push is more likely to not be impactful on turn 1. And we've kind of got our turn 1, potentially turn 2 lined up for us. And if we're able to just like stub something on turn 1, untap, cycle Street Wraith, slam a second land, play Goyf, or if we don't, Thoughtseize, take away something, potentially set up traversing for a Street Wraith. So this is what I'm talking about. Like having the ability here to Stubborn Denial this map on turn 1 is pretty great for us. And we'll get to see how right we were, because if we untap Thoughtseize and they had another 1-mana play, then that whole line seems pretty fantastic for us. So we are going to have this Traverse online if we Thoughtseize. Alternatively, we could play the Goyf. I think I'm down for Inquisition since we drew into that. Traverse for a Shadow. Next turn we can Thoughtseize, play the Shadow. Because if we see something else that we want to take with Thoughtseize, we have the option to just take it here. So yeah, look how fantastic that stub was for us on turn 1. Like, if we Thoughtseize, we're taking the Expedition map anyway, but now we've got a huge tempo advantage over them for taking it now. We'll go ahead and take this Stirrings in case they draw a Star or a Sphere or Basic Forest, because next turn we can Thoughtseize, take away the Oblivion Stone, and play Shadow. So we'll get Traverse for a Shadow. And say go. And there would have been the green source for the Stirrings. I don't think it's right for them to crack that Sphere right there, because if they do draw into a Scrying, they can't play it. Alright, so we can double Shadow, and then plan on Thoughtseizing next turn. We can Shadow plus Thoughtseize here. Like, if we Thoughtseize and they have the 3rd Tron land, we're pretty much just dead in the water. So we can't play around 3rd Tron land. So if that's the case, it's better for us to just double threat here and assume they don't have it. Because we Thoughtseize and we see like Sylvan Scrying. We kind of have to just leave or take the Scrying and hope they don't draw the 3rd Tron land anyway. But they'd have to draw a green source. If they just have the 3rd Tron land, then whatever we Thoughtseize, like Wormcoil, Karn, whatever, they have plenty of backups to it. Alright, so we're going to cling here first in case we draw into a fetch land. Is there anything we particularly care about clinging more than anything else? I don't believe so. Luris, you keep showing up, don't you? Alright, so we'll take Wormcoil. It's the one that they are most likely to be able to just naturally draw lands until they hit. Alright, no 3rd Tron land. That's not a third Tron land. Wraith into fetch land kill you? Not quite. Alright. So we do not want to play out the Goyf here, because if they just have the bobble them now. Alright, I was going to say, if they just have the third Tron land on top, or if they have the fifth land on top, we don't want them to O-stone into... we don't want them to be able to O-stone and wipe our board. So knowing Karn on top, is there any outs if we leave everything as is? I don't believe so. They could put a fate counter on something, but maybe they mess up and put a fate counter on our shadow. Ooh. Alright, so we got everything covered. That is game numero uno. Alright, game 2. We want rejection for sure. Delay's good here. Assassin's Trophy is solid. Ashiok I would consider bringing in on the play, but I am far less inclined to bring it in on the draw. On the play, you can get a turn 1 map, potentially Thoughtseize away like a scrying, and then Ashiok prevents them from finding their third Tron land after turn 3. But on the draw, when map can get in under your counterspells, scrying is often something you can't take on turn 2, then it gets a little more awkward. Fatal pushes are coming out for sure. Dismember is the other high priority takeout. Kind of depends on if we have things that we believe we can bring in. You can bring in Mystical Dispute over a Dismember, because Mystical Dispute can hit something. Like, obviously it's not fantastic, but it's not always dead. And Brutality can come in over Dismember, just as a way to hit a Sylvan Scrying and Ancient Stirrings. Like, it's not dead. It's not great, but it's more about getting dead cards out of our deck. Alright, so turn 1 Hand Disruption, into Threat, into Stubborn Denial. It's about all we can ask for. Like, obviously, if they have a hand that beats it, we couldn't do anything. Alright. So we're kind of in a similar situation as last game. If we Thoughtseize and we just see, like, double Sylvan Scrying, then we're dead in the water. But if we hold up Stubborn Denial and they have crack this, make a green, play Ancient Stirrings before a land, and we can stub, or they play a second land, crack this, go for Sylvan Scrying and we can stub, we are way better off on the tempo aspect. It's kind of a situation where if they get to their third Tron land, even though we have a soft stub for something, we're not winning, because they get their third Tron land on turn 2. We get our Tarmogoyf on 2, or they get their third Tron land on turn 3, our turn 2. We get our Tarmogoyf down, but our Tarmogoyf just gets outclassed by everything. So we want to put ourselves in a position where we might have the ability to fight through that. So if they go for like a Sylvan Scrying here, or if they go for Crack Sphere, play another, or play like an Ancient Stirrings. Even if they play another Sphere, yeah. So this is much more where we want to be here, because now we have the ability to potentially untap with like Inquisition, Thoughtseize, and get a little bit better of an idea about what we're up against. Alright, so Blood Crypt for Battle Rage isn't bad. We want to go ahead and use this Hand Disruption now instead of the Tarmogoyf. The reason being, if they have the third Tron land, we want to take them off payoffs. If they don't have the third Tron land, we want to take away their ability to find it. Leading on Thoughtseize first, because Inquisition is far more likely to not have a target. So we want to know if they have a target before we just throw the Inquisition at them. Alright, so they do have the map, which we can take with the Inquisition. They have Karn, which we can take next turn with a Thoughtseize. So if we take O-Stone here, is that better than taking Ugin? Ugin makes Goyf bigger, but so does Karn. I think we're taking O-Stone. The reason being they can actually cast it. So if we take O-Stone with this Thoughtseize, Inquisition takes the map, and then next turn we play the other Thoughtseize, take the Karn, play Tarmogoyf. And we'll see how that works out for us. Alright, so those are gone. And we're hoping they just go Forest Past and drew something else that doesn't matter. That's good. So let's Thoughtseize and take this Karn. They drew a second power plant. And this is a 3-turn clock with the Tarmogoyf. In the meantime, we're just looking for things that say counter, so we can keep this Ugin from coming down. So we know Ugin, second power plant. Death Shadow is a pretty good draw. Alright, so how are we affecting the clock here? If we cling to dust some random artifact out of their yard, it gives us the best chance of drawing into like a Stubborn Denial or a God, what's the card? Ceremonious Rejection. We don't want to cling with our green source in case we draw a Traverse. And we're definitely not Battle Raging this turn. Okay, so we attack with the Tarmogoyf down to 15. This Shadow means that we are killing next turn. There's no way that we can kill next turn without playing the Shadow. This obviously makes it significantly worse if they just draw the third Tron land, but we're not beating the third Tron land anyway. So we want to cut them off of one extra draw. Like if they draw third Tron land, Ugin, kill the Tarmogoyf, if we didn't play the Shadow's not beating the Ugin anyway. If we play out the Shadow, at least we cut them off of an extra draw. Alright, so we're free to attack. They might just scoop to this. We can't actually kill them with just our lands, which is kind of funny. So So you just never know if your opponent's going to scoop because you have 2 fetch lands out. Like, we could get basic swamp off of the other fetch, but that's still not lethal. If they have Dismember here, they could survive, but nope. Alright, so improve all the way to 1 and 2. We get to make a little tick off against Tron of the mono green variety. We're now up to 5 and 1 in that matchup. For those of you who have not seen, this is our handy dandy little matchup tracker. Literally just a whole bunch of tally marks for every matchup that we come up against, and it's just a way to see visually what goes on in these matches. Alright, so we've got turn 1 hand disruption, turn 2 threat, we've got a counterspell, we've got a bunch of redraws. This hand is a pretty easy snap keep. We can bobble ourselves if we want. That's probably going to be better here. Like, obviously it's worse if we see something that we want and we're playing against, like, Burn. But Luris is a pretty good card against Burn, so I'm a little more inclined to take that early. I am going to get a basic swamp here to Thoughtseize. The reason is I don't want to super aggressively lower my life total when I have a Tarmogoyf, plus I've got the stub back up. Alright, so 5 color elementals. Let's think about what this hand is doing for them. So this is kind of one of those hands where I get burned for not doing exactly what I said to do last time. I mentioned holding up Stubborn Denial on turn 1 instead of Thought Seizing. And if we'd done that, we could take or stub the Vial, untap, take the Harbinger, or take whatever. I think we're inclined to take the Vial. It gives them the biggest mana advantage. And Stubborn Denial isn't going to be live after this anyway. So Inquisition's not bad. I'm kind of interested to see if this Harbinger just gets, like, top deck Vial. Sure. I was going to say I'm kind of interested to see if this Harbinger gets something like Flamekin Awakener, so that this Lightning Skelemental is live. But now we're going to play the Goyf and hold up the Inquisition for next turn, so that we get to see what they Harbinger for and inform our decision a little bit more. Alternatively, if we just draw our 3rd land, we can play Luris Bauble. Alright, so we knew they drew Cavern of Souls. Alright, so how scared am I of Lightning Skelemental? If they go Harbinger, get Thunderkin Awakener, I discard Skelemental, they just get to untap, play Awakener, swing, get Skelemental back anyway. So if that's the case, I want to set myself up for my best possible draws to rebuild with an Awakener out. Get all of our colors live. Alright, so if they get Skelemental and they swing, how much do we care? If they're just making us pitch 2 Stubborn Denials that are dead anyway. We don't care about the discard. We're not blocking the Skelemental with the Tarmogoyf. We could double block with the Tarmogoyf and the Lurrus. I don't think that's how we're winning this game. They could Harbinger in and block. This is kind of an interesting one. This is a matchup that is not on my matchup list. I think I've only played against the deck like once or twice total. Kind of interested to see what all they have access to. Like, what do we think this Harbinger's... Yeah, alright, so it did get Thunderkin Awakener. Omnath cannot go face, right? Oh, it is to any target. Alright. So, good to know. So we just need to make sure that we're staying out of Omnath range, which Lurrus will help us do to a lesser extent. Alright, so we will... Drawing Phantasmal Image. Alright, so we're 100% pitching these. Does grow our Tarmogoyf enough to tussle with a Lightning Skelemental. Drawing Thoughtseize, I don't think we're too high on that one. They Violin, Thunderkin Awakener, yep. Yep. So we gotta shuffle away that Thoughtseize, which I'm pretty sure just leaves us dead on board if we don't draw into a removal spell here. Yeah. Thoughtseize, what you doing? Go away. The Moto bugs, they reel. Alright. So what are we bringing in post board? Like, we know we're bringing in Plague Engineer, which seems pretty fantastic against the deck full of X1s. So is this 5 color, or is it like Tamer splashing black for Skelemental? Because it seems like they have a pretty heavy red focus. Alright. So I guess we're not dead on board. Because they attack, they get back Thunder or Skelemental. We block Skelemental. we take 2, and they can only Omnath for 2, or for 3, sorry. We can replay the Tarmogoyf. Oh, they can kill the Lurrus. That's right. And we can't top deck removal for both Thunderkin Awakener and Omnath. Alright. What are we doing post board? I think it's going to be pretty similar to humans, where things like Stubborn Denial, really bad. Cling to Dust gets so much better than it was against humans. We can look at taking out a little bit of our hand disruption because of Vile Deck, trimming on Street Wraiths because they are pretty aggressive. So if we're looking at things to take in, our whole left column is pretty fantastic. Aether Gust seems a lot more live against the primarily red deck. Ashiok might be a consideration because it does look like they have a lot of grave synergies. Veil's a consideration, but I didn't see any targeted spells. Could just bring in Spell Bomb instead of Ashiok because it's worse. It's just a cantrip. So yeah, let's go with something like that. Just get in a couple extra pieces of removal interaction. Like, we're not too scared about just the size of their threats. We just want to prevent them from going too wide too quickly. Alright. This is kind of an awkward one. Like, we got Plague Engineer, which is fantastic. But we've got an 0-1 Tarmogoyf. We have nothing to cling. We can't traverse for a basic land. So I'm inclined to ship that one back. This one is significantly better. Now what are we mulling? We can mull the Cling to Dust. We have the ability to turn on Traverse if we find a sorcery, if Tarmogoyf dies. So yeah, let's go with that. And we'll keep the Spell Bomb so that we have some bit of interaction. Alright, so if they Vial on turn 1, there's nothing we can do about it. If they Harbinger, we don't care. So we're just going to go ahead and put this mana into getting Spell Bomb out on the battlefield now. So yep, there's Harbinger. I guess they could be playing like, oh, what's the dude that you evoke and blow up an artifact? Oh, what is that guy's name? Alright. It's gonna come to me and it's gonna... Ingot Chewer. Bam. Got there. Alright. So we've got a whole bunch of disruption to hold up after Tarmogoyf gets down. So let's just go ahead and get him onto the field. Oh, I think I'm just going to fetch basic Swamp. The reason being we do have 2 blue spells in our deck and 2 red, but we don't have them in hand and we're a ways off of them being necessary. So let's just save our life a little bit. So they did not reveal an elemental. Shadow's a good draw. So Shadow means we can dismember this Harbinger, play out Shadow. They can Lightning Skelemental, hit us down to 6, make us discard Fatal Push and Traverse. But we'll have a, let's see, we'll have a instant, sorcery, creature, land, artifact, Tarmogoyf, plus our Shadow. Alternatively, we can push the Harbinger and swing, dismember the Skelemental, untap, swing again. I think I'm a little more partial to that line. I don't really want to pitch a bunch of these cards if I don't have to. Like, obviously the Goy Shadow line just wins the game if they hit us and we have another threat, but there's no guarantee that they're going to play out the Skelemental. Alright, so we'll just sit here and keep poking them with a Goyf. This does make Shadow significantly better, because now instead of needing like a couple extra turns to kill them, we might be able to just put a lethal Shadow out. So they get to just play like the humans mana base, but better. Is that what I'm getting out of this? Alright. Skelemental's good. So let's think about how this is going to go. We're assuming if we dismember this Skelemental that they get to just untap with Thunderkin Awakener, but we have Spell Bomb available. So is that changing our plan for just playing out Shadow? Don't believe so. They could play a Omnath and shoot the Shadow, but then we can Fatal Push the Omnath with Revolt. Is this Omnath? Nope, this is Bant. Risen Reef. Sure. This is Phantasmal Image. If this is Image, I'm likely just cracking this Spell Bomb, untap, Fatal Push the Image, Voice of Resurgence. Okay. Interesting. These are revealed, right? Oh no, it's just put into the hand. Never mind. Alright. So let's just go ahead and get this redraw of Spell Bomb. Fetch land is really good. That means that if we want to just kill both of these, we can. Is there any way we can set up a lethal attack? If we push the Risen Reef, then we add creature to the yard, Ghost goes to a 4/5. We fetch and shock to 9, Shadow goes to a 4/4. No, but if we Brutality, we at least get to turn on Traverse. So if we Brutality the Voice, what's our play here? If we Brutality the Voice, Fatal Push the Risen Reef, what are we leaving ourselves dead to? Probably a lot. So if we swing with both, they block one with the Voice, make an elemental, untap, file in a Lightning Skelemental, plus play Omnath. That's 3 to us, we're at 6, and dead to the creatures. If we swing with both, they don't make an elemental. Like, they don't block, don't make an elemental. We're dead to the same things. If they block and make an elemental, and we kill the elemental and drain, I think we have to kill the elemental because that's the only way that we're not dead to Skelemental plus Omnath. If we drain, Skelemental plus Omnath kills the Shadow. So we can't drain. We're assuming the Vile deck is not running just a plethora of removal spells. This is a weird one because I just don't know enough about their deck. Like, Skelemental plus Omnath is the scariest thing I can think of. But I'm assuming if they have Omnath, they play Omnath before the land. Okay. So at the moment, this Traverse is looking like Traverse for Plague Engineer next turn. Or they Skelemental us. Yep. These skelementals are pretty annoying. Alright, so Battle Rage would be perfect draw. If we swing with Shadow, then they have to chump. So we are not dead to Awakener plus Skelemental. If we swing with both, they do not have to double chunk or chump, and we're dead to Awakener plus Skelemental. So we have to leave back a blocker, unfortunately. And just kind of hope they've drawn dead, but I mean, they've got multiple canyons in hand or on the field. Voice. Yep. That is one of the less scary cards. Awakener is one of the more scary cards. So if we block Awakener, or block Skelemental, take 2. What is this? Is this just a ball lightning? Oh, Spike Bellows, evoke, kill Tarmogoyf. Yep, that does it. Alright, that's a that's a funky one that I hope to never play against again. So we'll chalk that up in the miscellaneous column. That matchup seems weird. Like I said, I just don't know enough about their deck to feel comfortable sideboarding. But I'll have to play against it another time. Like maybe it's the kind of deck that we just need to have like focus on an aggressive start, where humans is a little more disruptive in the first couple turns of the game. They seemed like they weren't doing much, so maybe that's our game plan next time. Alright, let's see what we can get in the last match of this league, salvage some play points. Probably going to play one more league after this. We'll see what we happen to run across. I would love to play first. Alright, so this is one of our typical turn 1 Thoughtseize, turn 2 Shadow, turn 3 you get to start holding up Drown in the Lock hands. So we're all for it. We're getting Overgrown Tomb because the green is far more important early. So, funny point here. If we don't take the Warping Whale, we can't play out the Shadow on turn 2. Because if we fetch Shock on turn 2, play Shadow, it's a 1/1. Warping Whale can actually get rid of it. So if that's the case, I think we're going to take it just to make sure we get to play out this Shadow turn 2 unimpeded. So let's go forward with that plan of getting Shadow down. Yeah. And best draw for them would be a second Eldrazi Temple, which they do not find. Our best draw would be like Dismember or see, Dismember, Tarmogoyf wouldn't be bad. Another Shadow. Fetch land's not bad. Oh, I guess obviously our best draw would be Street Wraith into 3 more Street Wraiths into Battle Rage. Walking Ballista for 1. That's a pretty good draw. Thoughtseize is probably our best follow-up after that. So now we get to take Thought. Oh, and they drew the Chalice? Ugh. Opponent, where are your manners? Alright, so if we take, say, Thought Knot, they can cast Chalice and we can drown and lock it. If we take Karn, Karn's their scariest card. But we really want to set them up in a position where they're casting this Chalice so that our traverses are live. So yeah, let's take Thought Knot. Because if we take Chalice, they can cast the Thought Knot. Here they might think they're big braining us by playing a land and then Chalice and playing around Stubborn Denial. But we're big braining. Come on, play the Chalice. Even if this is like a Mind Stone or a Maze Mind Tome, either one, I'm still firing off this Drown and Lock because I want these traverses live. Not playing the Chalice. I cannot come up with a world in which that's right. Now you're just giving me the opportunity to take the Chalice if I want to and not have to worry about it. Is this a Warping Whale? It's got to be a warping whale, right? Choosing what? To make and token. Oh boy. Alright, so if we take Chalice, they get to resolve Karn next turn. But we can hit the Karn with a Shadow and drown in the lock whatever they get off of it. Because Reality Smasher, when we traverse and play a Shadow, doesn't do anything. So I'm going to take the Chalice just to make sure that we get to resolve these traverses. Oh yeah, I forgot we didn't drown in the lock. Oh well, we still got it available now. Warping Whale threw me off. Alright, so Karn Smasher unknown. And we're just going to counter a Smasher. That way we get to untap, actually play our Traverse for a Shadow now, and go from there. Let's see, is there... We could get Luris. Luris, Fetch Shock, and play our Shadow. I think I'm down with that. Here's a Luris. Here's a Shadow. Go. So now their best play is Karn getting Snaring Bridge. And we get to kill the Karn. We have a draw, a peatland to find Hand Disruption. Dismember our Luris, sure. Alright, so now Karn's not even a potential out. Now Karn's definitely not a potential out. So playing out the second Death Shadow, plays around like Reality Smasher. Obviously it plays into Blast Zone, but we can counter a way that they might be able to tutor up a Blast Zone. So if they just naturally draw it, yeah. Alright, Eldrazi-Tron. Some pretty nice board ends include these spells. Abrupt Decay for Mazebind Tome, Chalice of the Void, Matter Reshaper, Ensnaring Bridge, Assassin's Trophy for anything. Delay because often we just need to buy ourselves that turn or two, and then Ceremonious Rejection because 99% of their deck is colorless. Obviously Dismember falls in that little spot. Cling to Dust is pretty weak against them. Drown in the Lock's not fantastic. We can board out some number of Fatal Pushes and go like that. Let's do it. Nothing to it but to do it. Alright. Hand is Chalice proof. That's a thing. Good and bad. Good, we have a turn 2 threat. We have a bunch of redraws. bad we don't have hand disruption, but we could find it. We don't have blue mana. I think I'm going to keep. If this were against regular Tron, I would ship this back pretty quickly. Obviously, we wouldn't have Dismember in the deck, but Eldrazi Tron is a little less adept at doing things substantially broken in the first turn or two of the game. Alright, so this will get us our blue. So getting that Tron. Alright. We get to see what they do with that Tron. Because one of the downsides to Eldrazi Tron in general is they have a lot of hands that just go like Nat Tron, Thought-Knot Seer, go. And that's kind of what we're looking for here. Just like Natron, Reality Smasher, go. Obviously hit you somewhere in there, but you get the idea. That would be fantastic for us. Six could be, or 7 could be Worm Coil, could be 6 mana Ugin, Chalice on 3. Karn, get Bridge. Ballista on 3. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Like this whole, alright, we've got Tron. We're good to go. What are we going to do with it? Ballista on 3. Cool. I would like you to no longer have a Ballista on 3. So they can shoot us. We just get to play a really big shadow and hold up Stubborn Denial. This Dismember does grow our Tarmogoyf by 1. So we've got 16 plus a 9/9 shadow, threatening to be a 10/10, 11/11 next turn. So we need them to play like a Karn here, so they die. If we get Planeswalker in the yard, Goyf becomes a 5/6, 10/11 off of next turn, Peatland, and we get to kill them. So, do you have a way to deal with our dudes? Because we are presenting lethal as soon as we play a land. Alright. They didn't want to deal with the shame. So what do we want to change for this next league? If anything. So for those of y'all who weren't here at the beginning of the stream, this one is to kind of test some of these counter spells in Shadow. We've got a whole slew of just blue interaction that we're kind of messing around with, seeing how versatile a lot of these spells are. If when they're good, they're really good, or when they're good, they're eh. We're playing Drown in the Loch in the main. The reason being that it's much better game 1 than it is post-board, because post-board you run into a lot of issues with like your own spell bombs and Ashioks, as well as your opponents like Scavenging Grounds, or Scavenger Grounds, Relic of Progenitus, Rest in Peace, ways that really turn the card from being phenomenal to less than stellar. But game one, it's often a hard counter when you need it, removal when you need it. Post, let's see, I think we're just going to run the same 75 back, see what happens. Like, we had some funky matchups that league. We had that Elementals deck. We lost one to Eldrazi Tron, which was less than ideal. That matchup was at 11-2. Now it is at 12-3. We lost to Humans, which isn't the most fantastic matchup in the world anyway, but it's not one that we should feel completely out of the running on. What was our other one? There's something in here. I don't know. For those who are unfamiliar, I'm checking my my handy dandy matchup book. It is where I keep all of my information regarding win-loss records against different decks. Alright, so revealing Luris. That leads me to think something like Prowess. And if it is Prowess, am I keeping this hand? Probably. Like, it's not fantastic, but if I get down this Goyf and they don't just immediately kill it, I get to start protecting it pretty well. We get to get it out of bolt range on turn 2. And if they just have a spell heavy hand, this is pretty fantastic. Do like the foil Luris. Does have a certain sheen to it. Oh, so this is hammer time. Oh, this is way better. Alright, so we get super rewarded for this Stubborn Denial hold up on turn 1. So Sigarda's Aid, you can cast all of your like equipment spells. So they had Flash. So it combines with, is it Colossus Hammer? To be able to untap, or to be able to play like a 1 mana +12/+12 hammer and just slam it on something early. But we would like them to not be able to do such a thing. Giver Runes is great. Shadow Spear. +1/+1, trample, and lifelink. Permanents your opponent's control lose hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. Well, that's pretty dope. So let's cycle a Wraith, see where we're at. Shadow's a nice draw. So we will swing in first, give them the opportunity to block. I believe we've already got instant and creature in the yard, so we don't need to fatal push. It's not actually growing our Tarmogoyf. The question is, do we want to get this Giver of Runes off the board? And I think I'm going to say yes. I think I don't like the idea of that thing sticking around. So now we've got this hard Stubborn Denial left up. Spellskite's a pretty good one. I think we're supposed to counter this hammer. because I believe they have enough ways to just equip it to something that we don't want to run the risk of them just like resolving the hammer and being able to equip it to whatever. Peatland is great. It allows us to get in with the shadow. What do we got? Opponent, we've got no interaction whatsoever. Please be gentle. But it was a pretty good showing out of their deck if we didn't have specifically the interaction that we did, because they would have been able to play the aid on 1, play the Ink Moth on 2, activate the Ink Moth, and hammer it up on 3 and just kill us. And that would have been really dope, actually. But luckily, our interaction lined up fairly well. Yep, got another hammer. If they just have a way to equip it to the Spellskite, they can just kill us right here. Obviously, it's a little bit risky because if our last spell is a removal spell, then it doesn't kill us and we kill them. I think if you have the way to equip the hammer, you just go for it now. Because you have to chump block with the Spellskite this turn, and if the spell is 2 mana, then you'd have to hit a land to be able to Ink Moth plus play it next turn. Plus you give me an extra draw with 2 Peatlands on the battlefield. So choose not to. If that was their line, was just equipping Shadow Spear to Spellskite, and they were thinking about doing that beforehand, then I am significantly less worried. I want to check out my card in case it's a removal spell. It is not. We do want to force the block with this Spellskite. But there's no reason for the extra point off of the shadow. So they can probably infer pretty well that this card is not a removal spell. Because if it was, we would have just drawn into it with the Peatland and killed the Spellskite and won that turn. Alright. So what do we want against Hammer Time? Oh boy. Definitely want all of this removal. Plague Engineer is an out to just like an equipped up Ink Moth Nexus, and that's pretty hard to interact with. Rejection is a possibility. It does deal with Spellskite as well as like any of the actual equipment. Things that are less good. Cling to Dust doesn't seem great here. The game might not go on long enough for Luris to matter. I don't know if they're like a path deck post board, but I think I'm going to err on the side of leaving in Battle Rages. Yeah, we'll keep in the Hand Disruption. We'll shave Traverse, and we'll just go ahead and not bring in the Ceremonious Rejection and just play to see a little bit more. Like, I don't want to bring in a card that might not be impactful in the matchup. I know the rest have a specific role. Like the Abrupt Decay and the Assassin's Trophies are going to be able to hit equipment, hit creatures. The Plague Engineer is going to be able to stop Ink Moth Nexus, but Ceremonious Rejection may or may not be live. Alright, so this hand does not have a threat, but it does have Traverse online turn 2. So that can be our threat. So because of that, I do want to keep it. They put us on the play. Okay. So that typically means that they believe this to be a grindier matchup, which is interesting. I don't want to bobble us with this second bobble because I know I'm going to be shuffling with this Polluted Delta anyway. Alright, so they got the Sigarda's Aid. Got the Hammer and Shadow Spear. We know that they're drawing Ink Moth Nexus off the top, so they would have the turn 3 kill if we lead them with everything that they've got. Sigarda's Aid, I think, is the scariest card in hand, so let's go ahead and take that. We're looking to draw into second land so that we can traverse for a shadow. Alternatively, we can path or Thoughtseize away this path. And if we do hit a couple runner lands, this Plague Engineer shutting down Ink Moth Nexus could be huge. Do I have Hammer Time on my matchup list? I do, actually. I just have it under White X Equipment, but it is there. Sure, getting down the hammer makes sense. Alright, second land is great. So we can bobble ourselves. The reason being, if we see a fetch land, we can leave it there. If we don't see a land, we can go ahead and traverse and shuffle that card away. Do we want Tarmogoyf? Probably. I think it's better for us to just go ahead and get a threat of some sort down. So we'll take Path so that they can't answer our Plague Engineer. Alright, so this just gets to slap onto there. Sure. Alright. So we know they've got Shadow Spear, Ink Moth, Planes in hand. Definitely not cycling. Because if we draw into a removal spell for this thing, then that would be nice. Let's see. We can play out the Tarmogoyf as a chump blocker. Is that our best course of action? We can traverse for a land or a shadow. If we traverse for a shadow, it has to chump. If we play Tarmogoyf, draw a land, we can set up a situation where we can traverse for a shadow, play a land, and be able to dismember this inside of combat. How much does this cost to equip? 8? Oh man, that's so much. Hope everybody's having a great day so far. I know it's a lazy Sunday afternoon. That's typically when people like to enjoy some downtime. Kind of surprised they're not playing and equipping the Shadow Spear. They draw something pretty good. That looks... Are they putting Lurrus in their hand? Okay, sure. So fetch land would be one of our best draws. Alright, so we can fetch for Shadow, or traverse for Shadow, play Shadow, play our fetch land, pass. Yes. Traverse for Shadow, play Shadow, play our fetch land, say go. And if they play Shadow Spear, equip Shadow Spear, swing, we fetch shock to 6, dismember inside of combat. Shadow goes to a 10-10 or 11-11. Core Outfitter goes up to let's see. Alright, so we want to block before we do anything. Because this plays around them just like having path and us being in a rough position of path blowing us out. We might be able to steal this game if their hand is land, Shadow Spear, Luris, two things that don't deal with shadow. Because we're presenting 22 trample right here, potentially 23 with the peat land. So if this is Luris plus play like Sigarda's Aid from the yard, then we just win. Whew. That was fortunate. Alright, taking down some hammer time. Let's update the matchup list. Got it under just white X equipment. I assume that's kind of accurate since things like Sigarda's Aid, Core Outfitter, Luris all kind of fall into that white side. Alright, so we've got turn 1 hand disruption. We've got a little bit of interaction. My personal rule of thumb for hands like this is if we have at least 2 redraws, which we do, I'm more inclined to keep it. If we only had 1 redraw, I would be more inclined to ship it back, but 2 kind of pushes us towards that edge of, okay, we've got a lot of looks at live cards. Alright, so Prowess. This is a pretty good hand against Prowess. That takes care of our second land situation. Alright, so leading on Swift Spear instead of Soul Scar means that they're less likely to have a second creature in hand unless the second creature is another Swift Spear. I don't have a way of dealing with Storm or Stormwing Entity with my current hand. So I want to bobble them, see what they're drawing into, and Inquisition, and prioritize taking a second creature or a way to turn Stormwing Entity on. So now we're really looking for like Thoughtseize, way to get Stormwing Entity out of hand, way to deal with it if it hits the board. Where they're kind of stuck on both mana and spells. Alright, so Shadow's a good draw. Peatland's not the worst. We're Inquisitioning here because we want to take, or we want to force them to play this op now and not be able to hold it for a potential Stormwing next turn. And if they draw into a spell that they can't cast, we want to be able to take that and just kind of limit their ability to get these Stormwings into play. Alright, so pushing now plays around light up the stage off the top for them. Any spell on their side lets them cast Stormwing, but we get to play Shadow, traverse, play a second Shadow. Alright, so did they top or bottom off opt? They bottomed. So they have now got a Stormwing Entity. Are they top or bottoming off of Stormwing? One top, one bottom. Alright, so we can get these 2 shadows out of bolt range. Which I'm pretty heavily incentivized to do. So we want to play a shadow, traverse for a shadow, play another shadow. Let's say go. This means we're not dead to Bolt to the Face plus Stormwing. In fact, they are dead. Bolt to the Face, hit with Stormwing, play second Stormwing means we have to find an out to Stormwing, or have to find a way to kill one Stormwing, which the only ways we have in the deck are Dismembers. Alright, so they Burst Lightning themselves, which is interesting. I don't know how much I agree with that. Like, that line plays around Battle Rage really well, but basically nothing else. How'd they scry off the second Stormwing? 2 cards on top. So that leads me to believe, like, Manamorphose plus something else. Alright, so I want to crack one of these peatlands now, just in case. Oh. So that's Wraith Shadows become 6s. Peatland, they become 7s. Still short. If they get double prowess triggers, we're dead. They didn't play their last card in hand. I don't think we can. Just in case they're sandbagging a land off one of these. Or that. So now they can't attack or they're dead. Alright, so this improves our outs tremendously. Alright, this means if they don't block one of these shadows, they're dead. Ironically, if we had cycled the Street Wraith last turn, they would have been dead. Alright. GG's. On to game 2. But I still think it's right not to cycle the Street Wraiths. Just because there's such a chance that that one card in hand is like another Stormwing or a Bedlam Reveler or Soul Scar or something that just doesn't matter. So not cycling the Wraith gives us the out of them just only being able to produce one prowess spell or prowess producing spell, and we had the Stubborn Denial. Alright, so Aether Ghost is good here, Delay is good here. Trophies and Brutalities are pretty fantastic here. Abrupt Decay is an option, as well as Spellbomb. Spellbomb stops Bedlam Reveler, which is nice, but it's a little bit worse when they're just playing like 4 Stormwing entities. Street Wraiths are definitely coming out. Lurrus can come out as a move to move it to our companion zone, since we actually cut our Lurrus requirement. And the last spot, we can just shave on something like a Battle Rage. Not a Battle Rage, a Traverse. If we want to bring in another spell, we could bring in like Abrupt Decay. Like I said, Spellbomb's an option, but I don't think it's as necessary. And we'll go like that. Some of the things we really want to focus on are keeping things like Stormwing Entity off the board. keeping Bedlam Reveler from resolving. Here we get the fun little reveal Luris as our companion move. Looks like we had a pretty big jump in people. Thanks everybody for stopping by today, checking out some of these shadowy plays. Appreciate everyone spending their Sunday afternoon listening in. Alright, so we've got removal spell for a guy, hand disruption. Notably, this hand cannot deal with Stormwing Entity, which is something to consider. Maybe this Inquisition can help us take something that would enable Stormwing. So I think I'm going to keep, because we do have a decent bit of interaction. We got redraws. We've got our lands covered. Now we have a Stormwing Entity covered. Alright, so we don't have a reason to need to crack this bauble right away. We can hold up, push. We can Inquisition now. We're going to play out our Bloodstained Mire because it's the worst fetch land that we have access to. But are we Inquisitioning? I think we are. I think we're Inquisitioning off basic Swamp because they do like to bring in things like Blood Moon post board. We don't have a threat, so we're not really trying to push our life total down aggressively right now. Light Up the Stage is the best card in their hand by a pretty wide margin, so let's go ahead and take that. And I'm saving this fetch land for a pseudo scry with one of my, or saving this bauble for a pseudo scry with one of my fetch lands. We could bauble them before the Inquisition, but it's more important for us to maximize our ability to find a threat at this point. So that little extra information that we would get off of bobbling them is kind of for naught if we don't find a way to close out the game on our side. Alright, so we'll just pass here, because if they draw another Light Up the Stage, they're going to have it regardless. And I'm just going to go ahead and push one of these. Sure. So their last two hands are Wooded Foothills, Lightning Bolt. Polluted Delta, not quite where we want to be. So let's just get a tap Breeding Pool. And again, all we're really looking for at this point is a threat. So if we Thoughtseize, we can force them to fire off this bolt. Does that do anything for us? Outside of get bolt out of hand, I mean. I think that's fine. I think this Thoughtseize is going to be pretty dead going forward. And we don't want to give them draws to things like hold Thoughtseize, draw Stormwing Entity. So Thoughtseize, sure. We knew about the Foothills. So we can shock in an Overgrown Tomb and just plan on dismembering one of these Soulscar mages. And then if they don't draw a relevant spell, we can untap, Escalated Brutality, kill the other one. So there's currently 2 spells in the yard towards Bedlam Reveler. So it does cost 6 at the moment. It's pretty good to keep up with that so we know what kind of live top decks our opponent has. So if we just kill this, we want to kill it and we want to drain too. One of the primary reasons is draining 2 here puts us out of double bolt range. And we want to make sure we're keeping a way to deal with Stormwing Entity or Bedlam Reveler if it happens to come down. So finally throw out that. Sprite Dragon, sure. Alright. Death Shadow. Or Traverse. We'll take Traverse. Tarmogoyf. So Tarmogoyf makes me want to not play out a threat right here. The reason being, if I play Tarmogoyf, I have to tap down off of all of this. Whereas if I just wait, I can trophy the Sprite Dragon, untap, and have Tarmogoyf anyway. So let's check out how they're scrying off opt. Card on top and draw, which could mean like a Stormwing Entity. It could mean a Bolt. So I think we're going to Aether Gust this dragon. The reason being, if they did choose to draw a Stormwing Entity and play it, we want to make sure we're keeping an answer for that. Like, it could just be a Spell Pierce or something. And they put the Sprite Dragon on the bottom. Alright, Stubborn Denial is a great draw. That means we get to play out this Tarmogoyf pretty unimpeded. So what have we got? Morphos. So let's check spells. We've got 1, 2, 3. Morphos would be 4. So Morphos would allow a Bedlam Reveler. So I think I'm more inclined to just counter it. I know it seems weird to counter a Manamorphose, but we're kind of at the stage of the game where us just having a threat down presents a pretty quick clock. So anything that allows them to have more draws is a little far away from where we want to be. On our turn, we can look at things like putting Lurrus into our hand. Obviously, if we just draw like another Stubborn Denial, that's fantastic. If we don't want to put Lurrus in our hand, we can just hold up Trophy. So we do have a Bauble. I think that's enough for me to want to put this in my hand. Like, if they had something like a Sprite Dragon or a Hasty Threat, we assume they would have just played it last turn, and they didn't. So my assumption would become that this could be a... Nope, Bedlam Reveler. Alright. That's a pretty good one. So let's swing in with the Goyf. So we're not beating Spell Pierce. What is our best line here? If we play Lurrus and Bobble, we're dead to any burn spell that kills Lurrus. So we don't want to do that. Like I said, we're dead to Spell Pierce regardless. So we're not heavily incentivized to wait for this Manamorph or for this Assassin's Trophy. But if we can set up a situation where they're a little more inclined to waste some mana here, then that's huge for us. Currently no enchantment, planeswalker, or tribal in the yard. They've also fetched up these steam vents very aggressively, which kind of leads me to believe that they don't have Blood Moon in their deck. So I think if you do have Blood Moon, you're a little more inclined to get a few mountains in case you end up drawing them. This trophy has the added benefit of potentially messing up some Stormwing Scries too. Two cards on top. That is what you love to see when you're staring down an Assassin's Trophy. Alright, so if you got the Spell Pierce, you got the Spell Pierce. I do not have the Spell Pierce. So we don't want to fetch down to 3 and put ourselves in bolt range. If we fetch to 3, we die to bolt, but Battle Rage becomes an out. If we stay at 4, Collective Brutality is an out, but we've seen one. So mathematically, Temur Battle Rage has a higher chance of being drawn than Brutality. We've still got a Trophy and a Dismember as ways to get Stormwing Entity off the board. Plus a Stubborn Denial stops Bolt, but we can't stop Bolt, so I think we just have to untap. Thoughtseize, not quite where we want to be. Alright, so our out is opponent not attacking and having 4 lands in hand. That is not 4 lands in hand. Alright, game 3 against Blue-Red Prowess. Is there anything we want to change up going into game 3? Anything we saw that might want to, or might make us want to make an adjustment? I I don't believe so. So let's just stick with it. Be confident in our choices. Would love to play first. Would love to reveal Luris. For those of you tuning in late, we boarded out Street Wraiths in this matchup, so we got to move Luris to the companion zone for free. This hand does not do a whole lot, so I think we're going to ship it. Obviously, if a couple of these lands were like Inquisition, Tarmogoyf, hand would be fantastic, but just don't have much going on. This has got the Inquisition, or not the Inquisition Tarmogoyf, but the Tarmogoyf part. So we're definitely keeping. Now the question is, do we want to bank on our opponent having a creature heavy draw? Alright, so I'm going to bottom this Traverse. The reason being, we already have our threat. We know they have Sprite Dragons in their deck, so the cheap removal becomes a little bit better. And this Traverse is multiple steps away from being online. Like, obviously we could just draw into Mishra's Bauble into like Inquisition, and we feel really bad for bottoming the Traverse, but if we don't draw into those, then Traverse would just be sitting in our hand dead for a while. Steam Vents go. So we're just going to get a tapped dual colored land, probably of the Overgrown Tomb variety. There's no reason to aggressively fetch and shock here. Alright, so if this Steam Vents signals Spell Pierce, I think we want to just go ahead and try to get it out of hand now. We don't want to play out Tarmogoyf because it is just dead to bolt. And we don't really want to be in a position where our Tarmogoyf is just getting bolted. Alright, so we can take Aether Gust is their only way of dealing with Tarmogoyf. Or we can take Light Up the Stage as their best card in hand. We can take Sprite Dragon as their only threat, but we've got threats pretty well covered. They do not have a second land. That kind of makes me want to take Light Up the Stage a little more. But I think I'm going to stick to my guns and take Gust. Yep. So we get to kill that thing, untap, play a Tarmogoyf. Yeah, we want to go ahead and leave ourselves blue draws as an out. Brutality. Alright, so I'm going to play the Tarmogoyf here. If they choose to, or if they find the land and play the Sprite Dragon, we can escalate this Brutality and take like a Lightning Bolt or a Light Up the Stage or something like that. Stub is great. Alright, so do we want to triple mode this Brutality? And I think I'm kind of inclined to do that. are we? So keeping a Fatal Push gives us more outs to like another top deck threat. Or top deck threat that's not Stormwing Entity. The alternative is holding up Stub gives us interaction for this light up the stage. I think that might actually be better. I think cutting down their total number of cards seen right now is a little more important than just getting the value. Speak of the devil. So now I get to double Fatal Push. Important to note, because we know they drew the Swift Spear for turn, they cannot Lightning Bolt plus Lava Dart plus Flashback Lava Dart our Tarmogoyf. Alright, so now that we can Brutality and hold up Stubborn Denial, I have the option, if I want to, but I think we're just crunching with the Goyf. I think we want to save this Brutality in case they draw like another Sprite Dragon. One of the primary reasons is this Brutality is not shortening our clock. If it were making it like a 2-turn clock instead of a 3-turn, something like that, I'd be more inclined to use it aggressively. We want to stub this because we don't want them just getting more draws at Stormwing Entity or Lethal Burn or anything like that. Discarding a Mishra's Bauble does what? We get an extra mode off of Brutality, but it doesn't change the clock on Tarmogoyf. So this is kind of one of those turns where I don't think there's a wrong answer for the order of doing things. Like a lot of it, they're going to get the cards they get regardless of what we do. We're going to get the cards we get regardless of what we do. So this is a pretty easy dart light up the stage. So I can play land, Swift Spear, and live. So now we need removal. Not quite removal. So definitely crushing in with a Goyf. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this Bedlam Reveler costs 2. Which means that I can just put Lurrus in my hand and save this Thoughtseize for after they resolve the Bedlam Reveler, because they're going to get to Burst Lightning regardless. Either I Thoughtseize and the Thoughtseize deals the 2 to me and I take the Burst Lightning, or I let them resolve the Bedlam Reveler, or they Burst Lightning, resolve the Bedlam Reveler, and I take the 2, but then I get to Thoughtseize that they take off the Bedlam Reveler afterwards. Alright, so we're still in a position where we just want to find removal. Alright, so we just slam 2 attacks here and make them interact. So this makes them need to have bolt off one of their unknown cards. So just have a whole slew of interaction in hand. So they did have the bolt. Alright. I mean, we made them have the bolt, and they had the bolt. If we Thoughtseize there before we Battle Rage, they get the same lines of interaction. So it doesn't actually do anything to save us. Alright, so that lets us play Tarmogoyf. And now we get to a battle of the top decks. Drowning Lock's a good one. Alright. Let's see what they've got coming off the top, because that might influence our attack. So we can drown the Bedlam Reveler, swing with both. Let's crack Peatland first, just in case we draw like Fatal Push or something. This kind of means like they have to have some kind of spell. And then we get to slam Shadow. Or they got nothing. Alright, good game. Ooh, the double Stormwing hand. Alright, so 2-0. Beat Blue-Red Prowess there. Beat Red-White Hammer Time. Get to go for the illustrious 3-0 next. Again, thank you everybody for coming and hanging out today. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday wherever you are in the world. For those of you who don't know, I play a decent bit of Modern Death Shadow, and that's kind of what this channel is focused around. I know a lot of people are really excited about the archetype nowadays, so it's cool to have a bunch of unfamiliar faces coming by saying hey, seeing what's up, and hearing a little bit about some of the decision making that goes behind this deck. So looking at this opening hand, we're on the play. We've got Hand Disruption into Shadow. Notably, we don't have blue mana, but we've got a lot of removal And we have a pretty fast ability to get our shadow online, so I think we're inclined to keep this. We're going to start off on Peatland as opposed to Blood Crypt because the Peatland is going to do us more damage over the first few turns. Blood Crypt does the 2 once, but Peatland will do 1 on 1, 1 on 2, 1 on 3. And so starting turn 3, it's ahead of Peatland. We don't really need to Street Wraith first. We're not looking for anything specific just yet. Alright, Lightning Bolt into Skoos into Clothis. So against Gruul, we don't really care about too much of this. We're a little inclined to take the Lightning Bolt just so we can get this Shadow down quickly. Shadow will outrace the Clothis. And we just want to keep ourselves from being in a position where they just have like lethal burn after we get a Shadow down, get a hit or two in. I was going to say I would love for them to draw an Arbor Elf right there, so we could untap, shock to 7, play a Dismember on an Arbor Elf, play a Shadow. But now that we've got a Tarmogoyf, we can just throw that bad boy out. Significantly worse against Clothis than Shadow, but it's really important for this deck to start putting out a bit of pressure early and really get your opponent on the back foot. Assuming the Skoos, yep. Which means we're very inclined to just dismember this Skoos so we can get the Shadow down. We'll still have a revoltable Fatal Push for Bloodbraid later. So let's get this guy off the board. We don't have any way to grow Tarmogoyf before we attack, so we can just attack in and play out our Shadow. We're holding this Street Wraith in hand because if they do draw something like Stomp or Bolt, Bone Crusher Giant or Bolt, they might be inclined to point it at our Shadow, and we can have a gotcha where we cycle the Street Wraith and it lives. God, I'm so good at calling these things. Appreciate opponent for being a good sport and playing along there. This might just get the concession on the spot. Yep. It's oftentimes important to not give that extra information away. Death Shadow itself is such a tricky magic card that it's extremely easy to make mistakes involving it. So when we can conceal information without actually hurting our deck's ability to function, then it's really nice to be rewarded for those situations. Alright, so against Gruul, say a pretty straightforward sideboard. You can make an argument for like Plague Engineer as something that you can cast under Blood Moon, get rid of elemental tokens, kill elves. You can make an argument for Delay. For those of you who haven't been on the stream before, this section over here is kind of like the maybe piles. This is stuff we could bring in, could bring out. It's not necessarily what we're bringing in. It just gives us a place to look at everything. Luris is pretty bad in the matchup. It's kind of one of those cards that's dead under Blood Moon, and the likelihood of the game going that direction is pretty low. Kling's pretty bad. We expect them to bring in a bunch of Grave Hate. They already have Clothis, Skoos, probably bringing in Relic of Progenitus. So we don't want to be so reliable on our graveyard. Traverse would be infinitely better if we had the basic Forest too, but we do not. Priorities in this matchup are getting down a turn 2 threat, one way or the other. So we want to maximize our ability to get like hand disruption on 1 into threat on 2. They have a really difficult time actually getting our creatures off the board. So as long as we get to a position where we have 1 down, we're in good shape. Alright, so this is a tricky hand to evaluate. If our opponent starts off land Utopia Sprawl, we are in really, really rough shape. If they start off land Arbor Elf, we're pretty great. Let's see if they kept theirs. They did keep theirs. So that means the likelihood of just like turn 1 accelerant is pretty high. If we find a shadow quickly, we're in pretty good shape. I think I'm going to mulligan. I know this seems like such an easy to keep hand, but if we don't find a threat in the first turn or 2, we die. But we also need to find that second land, or this hand just isn't doing anything. So because it's missing multiple pieces, I want to ship it back. This hand is not great, but we're going to keep it because we've got interaction for like Utopia Sprawl. So it does give us a little more flexibility. If they start with Elf, we still got interaction. If they start with Utopia Sprawl, we can at least find a way to potentially fight through that. So Forest makes me think Utopia Sprawl. Yep. So our best draw here is likely Stubborn Denial. The reason being we could play like Breeding Pool, Hold Up Stub. Glorybringer off the top. So is there anything they could play on turn 2 that we want or have the ability to push? They could play like an Elf, but that would be better on turn 1 if they had Utopia Sprawl. So we're going to play for the off chance that we draw into Stubborn Denial. So now we want to pivot a bit. Oh, if they just have like 1 land, bunch of Utopia Sprawls, we are going to Assassin's Trophy this forest into another dimension. And that is what it looks like they got. Alright, opponent. Thank you for lining these up for me. We greatly appreciate it. Like, obviously we still need to find threats, but at least we're not 2 turns behind. I say 2 turns behind because if they just untap and have second land, they've got 4 mana available to our 2, and that's pretty rough for us. But this gets us a nice little 2 for 1. And now we get into a position where we might be able to like decay a Blood Moon, or we'll certainly Fatal Push that. Alright, so Thoughtseize is a really good draw for us. Now we get to see a little bit more about the reasoning behind why they kept this hand. We found it. We could take Blood Moon if we wanted, but we don't really care about it now. Seasoned Pyromancer is the best card in their hand, but they're a ways off of casting it. So I think I'm going to take this Relic. It represents a redraw as well as a way of shrinking like our Tarmogoyfs. Alright, opponent. You're a glutton for punishment. I get it. Just keep these little things away from me. Alright. So let's just find a dude. Any dude will do. That's a dude. That will do. So this is kind of what I'm talking about. Like, we get a creature down. They don't really have good ways of dealing with them. Nope. You have shown that you can't develop your mana, so we're not going to let you now. Alright. Game ends. Good old Gruul mid-range. Add a little tally to our update. That brings our current record against the deck to 7-4, but I'm pretty sure I'm missing a couple matches there, and I cannot for the life of me remember what direction they went, so I don't want to mark them down unknowingly. But ironically, have not seen a lot of Gruul mid-ranges of recently. Alright, 6 moo, we are on the play. So on the play, game 1, I was going to say we really want to look for a hand that's got an aggressive start, because the best way that we win game 1s is just to have a quick threat and to put pressure on our opponent and make them stumble or have the wrong half of their deck. This is a pretty great example of that. We get to poke some holes with some hand disruption, get a shadow down. And it's always good to think about life loss with opening hands like this. If we have, if we like Shock and Thoughtseize, we lose 4, a fetch land becomes 7, and we can't actually play a shadow. If we fetch and Shock first, we're going to 17, we Thoughtseize to 15, and if we draw a second fetch land off the top, we can play the shadow. Alright, so if we take a map on 1, we can Inquisition a Mind Stone on 2, hold up Stub for a Karn, so I'm down with that. Kind of like our Gruul opponent, our Eldrazi-tron opponents need to work out their mana a little bit. So I drew the map, pretty good draw. Street Wraith means that we get to play a shadow here, which is nice. So let's Inquisition while it's got targets to hit. Play out our Bauble. See what kind of shenanigans they're drawing into. A waste. And say go. So we have taken Mind Stone. They don't have duplicates of all these things. Dismember is fantastic at stopping Reality Smashers. Cavern, obviously naming Rigor. Or Contraption, one of the two. Both solid names. Thoughtseize is pretty good for us. So we can just go ahead and get a Smasher or a Karn out of hand. I'm inclined to take the Smasher because we've got another creature covered if they draw one. And they have to actually have 4 lands in play to play this Karn. I assume this gets second Tron land. just in case they draw into the third. Like, it doesn't make much sense to get Temple here since they're already going to have that fourth land available. And we're right, they get mine. Alright, so we can dismember our own shadow here. But it doesn't affect the clock since we can do that next turn. What I mean by that is if we did dismember our own shadow, we're not making it a one-turn clock. So if we just wait, we can dismember our shadow on the next turn. I would like you to not have a Karn, please. Ballista for 2. Cool. So what you're saying is you're dead. We're not going to dismember into turn because there's really not a reason to. We'll kill your Ballista and kill you. So again, like I was saying, game 1, we get a pretty big advantage there because we kept an aggressive hand of hand disruption into threat. We drew away to allow us to play that shadow out on turn 2, and we caught them stumbling. They didn't have early interaction, they didn't have a chalice, so we were able to get in a little bit easier. So things to bring in the matchup, Abrupt Decay because of Chalice. We saw Mind Stone. It could get an Ensnaring Bridge off a Karn. Assassin's Trophy deals with basically anything in their deck that we find problematic. Ceremonious Rejection, Delay is an option. You could find some little corner cases where Mystical Dispute might be better than something else in the deck, but pretty unlikely. Ashiok stops the expedition maps, and that's about it. Things to bring out, Cling to Dust is pretty rough because you're expecting like Scavenging Grounds. You usually don't need to use it. Drown in the Lock comes out because their threats are usually significantly ahead of curve. And then we'll board out like a couple Fatal Pushes. We want to keep some in because they are good against just Walking Ballista that gets down. Can kill Thought Knots, kill Matter Reshapers, just things like that. So we'll go with something like this. Typically our threats outclass theirs pretty easily. So things we're looking for is ways to stop Chalice or like Maze Mind Tome. Threat diversity is important because of Blast Zone. We want to make sure that we aren't just like running out 3 shadows and our opponent plays a Blast Zone and laughs maniacally at us. So we want to keep a little bit of a diversity there. This hand's pretty easy keep. We get to take something impactful in the early turns. We get to drop a threat down. Relic is fine. So, alright, so Bauble will allow us to check our top card, Wraith. We want to draw the Wraith because we've got this shadow. And we'll take a look at what they got going on. Whole lot of expensive stuff and a whole lot of not ways to cheat it out. So you got it. And we'll put Inquisition in exile because we have more ways to refill sorcery in our yard than artifact. Actually want to turn off these auto yields because if they did go relic us, I want to cycle this Street Wraith because again I want to keep the artifact in the yard. Alright. Another shadow's not bad. So we know they're going to get to Karn next turn. So a lot of this upcoming turn or two is going to depend on what they get off of Karn. Our best case scenario would be they just go like land Thought Not Seer. It's not quite a Thought Not Seer. So they could get like Ensnaring Bridge here. They could get Tormod's Crypt. They could get Worm Coil. So they do go for the Worm Coil. Alright. Delay. So delay does stop a Worm Coil for a turn, or a couple turns. What's our play here? We can attack at the Karn, and if they choose to Relic, we still get to deal 1. So they can't use the Karn without sacking it. And then we can dismember our own Tarmogoyf. And play a shadow. Is that our best bet? So they're going to have 5 mana on their turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to play Eldrazi spells. So they can't play Worm Coil or All Is Dust. Alright, so I think we're inclined to dismember our own Tarmogoyf and play Shadow. The reason being is we want a threat on board that can for sure get this Karn down next turn. They can sack the Karn to go get like an Ensnaring Bridge, which is probably one of their best plays. And we can maybe set up a turn if they miss land drops of hit for 4 next turn, put them to 16, play another shadow, hold up delay. Delay Worm Coil. Now the Ghost Shadow's out of range. Well, I guess we'll just see if they care to sack this Karn. A lot of this turn or this next like 2 turn cycles is going to depend on whether or not they leave Karn on the battlefield, whether or not we draw a 3rd land, Because if we can draw a third land, alright, if they tick up Karn, we draw third land, we can fetch shock, hit for 7, play shadow, hold delay, and whether they play Wormcoil or All's Dust, they die. If they leave Karn and we don't draw second land, we hit for 4, put them to 16. Or no, we hit Karn, pass turn, they Wormcoil, we delay. We hit for 4. If they All's Dust, we dismember our own shadow, untap, play another shadow. Wormcoil goes down to 1 time counter left. So really we need them to keep Karn, play a land, and pass. So our opponent disconnected? Don't think so. Animate the relic. Alright, so the land is really good for us there. That means we can dismember. Is that our best play? Or is our best play to attack at Karn, let them block with the relic, play shadow, they play Wormcoil, we delay, they pass turn, we fetch shock, or we fetch shock to delay, they pass turn, we draw, play Tarmogoyf, dismember our own Tarmogoyf, swing with lethal shadows. So let's go for that line. This is the delay whatever their play this turn is, untap, play Tarmogoyf, dismember our own Tarmogoyf, have 2 lethal shadows line. Or not 2 lethal shadows, but 2 shadows that combine for lethal. The alternative is if he ticks up Karn on like Mind Stone, then we can dismember the Mind Stone. So that gives Tron. Alright, so I'm 100% delaying this. The downside is now he gets to just minus Karn for an ensnaring bridge. So last Tron land was probably his best possible draw. Ugh. So I can dismember a shadow to get under bridge to kill Karn. Now we're just drawing to a way to deal with bridge. Yep. So we know waste, scavenger grounds, unknown. Sure. Alright. Touche. So we're looking for ways to get bridge off the field and counterspells. It doesn't matter if we play out the Goyf here because we're dead if this all is dust kills us or resolves anyway. There's only one time counter left on this all is dust. So it looks like we're probably going to game 3. He's had some wicked draws off these mind stones. Counter? Maybe? Counter? It's an answer to bridge. That does not answer an all is dust though. So I think we can pack it up on that one. Almost ran it. Alright, so on the play for game 3. Dropping pins. This is going to get much better for us because we can get under a lot of these things that have caused us issues. Things like Mystical Dispute get a little bit better on the play. But is there anything that we're wanting to board out for Mystical Dispute? We could board out like an Inquisition. I think that's fine. Dispute just gives us another answer to things like Karn, Ensnaring Bridge, which are the ways that they win the matchup most of the time. I would love to play first. Alright, so we've got Inquisition into threat, so we're keeping. Important, we're not leading on the fetch land here. We're leading on the swamp because we want to be able to get breeding pool off this delta so we can play Tarmogoyf and have stub up after that. Opponent has mulled to at least 5. Maybe 2. Come on. Don't think I actually want our opponent to mulligan to 2, but it's at least worth noting that they have that option available to them should they want it. So they ended up at 5. So we're going to take a look at what they got coming off the top. Urza's Mine. Urza's Mine gives them double mine. Sure. So they got Mine Pass. Let's get us that breeding pool we talked about. Now Tarmogoyf can go toe to toe with a Thought Not Seer. I say toe to toe, just eats Thought Not Seer. Ugh, why Scavenger Grounds? Cavernon Eldrazi, yep. Alright, so best draws would be like a Street Wraith, a way to get this Traverse online now. Alright, so because we drew Battle Rage, we can Battle Rage this Tarmogoyf and deal 10, and then Traverse is online. So this isn't because we really want to deal the extra damage. This is because we want to get Traverse online under Scavenging Grounds. So what do we want to get? We can get Bauble, or not Bauble, Lurrus, to get back Bauble next turn. We can get a Shadow if we assume that they're just going to like draw ways to deal with Tarmogoyf. I think I'm in the camp of getting Lurrus. The reason being, if they just Scavenger Grounds this turn, their turn off of Thought-Knot Seer, but at least we get to do something. But it looks like they probably just drew another land and packed it up. So let's add another tally to the Eldrazi-tron list. After that one, we improved to 13-4 against Eldrazi-tron. And we get the magical 5th match to go for the 5-0 today. So let's see, you're going to need some good vibes coming from everybody. Hopefully we get matched up against like Neo Brand. What do we want to see? Neo Brand wouldn't be bad. Obviously Neo Brand would be great. I would love to see that matchup. Mono Red Prowess isn't bad. Blue Red is not great, but the record is pretty solid against it. Eldrazi Tron, we got a solid record. Storm would be fantastic. Wouldn't mind winning a die roll against Tron ad nauseum. Pretty much any of these spell-based combo decks. Maybe Hammer Time. I think if we saw another Hammer Time opponent this match or this league. Juju Beam 2004. Alright, so we want a die roll, so we're looking for aggressive opening hand. Oh, this is turn 2 threat, which is nice. I'm going to keep it. It doesn't have the hand disruption, but we do have some pieces of interaction here. We've got our turn 2 creature. We can draw, fetch land, Thoughtseize, whatever is live to help get this Death Shadow online. So we've got a lot of solid draws, and if we at least have a base to build from. If we didn't have this Tarmogoyf, and the rest of the hand was exactly how it was, let's say this Tarmogoyf was, Lurrus, I probably wouldn't keep this. Alright, so we get rewarded for holding up this Stubborn Denial. Overgrown Tomb could be a Shadow Mirror. It could be Jund. It could be the Rock. A lot of possibilities. Dismember's good for getting this this Shadow online. So I'm not cycling the Wraith there because I want to be mana efficient. If I do happen to draw like a Thoughtseize, I can't Thoughtseize and hold up Push. I mean, I could Thoughtseize, hold up Dismember, but that's not nearly as good as Thoughtseize, hold up Push. Alright, so it looks like Jund. Alright, so if we dismember a Tarmogoyf, hit for 4, play a Shadow. I think that's about the best we're getting out of this turn. Let's play or get a Watery Grave because Battle Rage is not great against Jund. So we want to maximize our good draws as opposed to maybe we draw something irrelevant. Alright, Traverse is not live yet, but if they play like Liliana Edictus, then Traverse is live. That is not a Liliana Edictus. Oh wait, no, Traverse is not live even if we got Edicted. Alright, so kill Shadow, sure. Which means we're still turning a Goyf sideways. So we don't mind them seeing like Bloodbraid into creature. We don't want to see Bloodbraid into removal spell. We are fine seeing Tarmogoyf. Alright, we're going to push the Tarmogoyf instead of Traverse, or instead of Dismember. The reason is we can dismember a Bloodbraid without Revolt. We cannot dismember or Fatal Push a Bloodbraid without Revolt. Alright, so they didn't play Liliana last turn, which leads me to believe they've got a handful of Bloodbraids. Unless they're just really terrified of Stubborn Denial. Seasoned Pyromancer. Renin 6 and Bolt. Fortunately, Seasoned Pyromancer is such a good card in these matchups. Alright, so that turns on Traverse. Take a look at what they're drawing. Thoughtseize, sure. So we can get Luris, and that plays around Liliana. We can play Shadow and have the ability to dismember. I think Luris is just significantly better for us. Get the Blood Crypt here because we have the rest of our colors covered. So if we attack, we are not dead on the crackback, but they just get to chump with a token. So we're not going to attack. We're just going to pass the turn. They can Thoughtseize us if they want to, but it's pretty dead. Thanks everybody for the the follows coming in. Very much appreciate them. For those who are late, we are in the 4-0 bracket, going for the 5-0 against Jund. We're in game 1 right now. Seeing how this plays out. Alright, so they did have the Liliana. Edict Dust. Oh, bitch. Ditch a Tarmogoyf. You're not blocking. If your last card's a Bolt, you got it. Next card off the top is in fact a Lightning Bolt. Oh boy. Alright, so Stubborn Denial stops Lightning Bolt. Want to crack this Peatland because we really want to draw like a Fatal Push. Alright, so if we play Shadow from the yard, Shadow from hand, are we attacking? They could trade 2 elemental tokens for Luris, and I think that's fine. If we attack it Lily, they're trading 2 elemental tokens for us gaining 3. But they lose the blockers. So yeah, we're going to attack it Lily. If they want to trade off their 2 elementals for Luris, sure. We've kind of gotten the value that we wanted out of Luris already. Now we're not dead to that top deck Bolt. I was going to say, tapping down off Raging Ravine is interesting. That makes me believe that the last card in hand is a Bloodbraid Elf. And they're trying to go for Lightning Bolt, Bloodbraid into another Lightning Bolt. Or it's another Seasoned Pyromancer. Ugh. Stop it, opponent. So we had that one covered. Alright, so dead to removal that doesn't say Fatal Push. Or Battle Rage. Not dead to that one. So we are dead on the crackback. Seasoned Pyromancer. You devil. Make them do it. Animate the Raging Ravine and we scoop. Yep. The double Pyromancers. Alright. So what do we want? Game 2. Aethergus is good. Veils are fantastic. Anything that says kill stuff. These are all considerations. Again, we're not saying we're 100% bringing these things in. They're just cards for us to think about. Battle Rage is terrible against the 1-for-1 removal. You could make an argument that it's not as bad for trampling over tokens, but that's not our primary game plan in this matchup. Shaving some hand disruption is fine. Shaving some wraiths is fine. They're great if you see them like turn 20 and you just play one as a 3/5, but before that they're pretty bad. Some of these cards are really dependent on the build that you see. Like if you see Scavenging Oozes and Clothis, then like Drown in the Loch and Traverse get a lot worse. But if you don't see those things, then they get significantly better. Usually fine on shaving a Traverse because I expect some number of like Scavenging Ooze. And I'm usually not huge on bringing Plague Engineer in these matchups, but because they're on a Seasoned Pyromancer build, it might be a little bit better for us. If we didn't see Seasoned Pyromancer, I probably wouldn't bring it in. Alright, so no hand disruption, but we've got Stub into Gust into Shadow. So we're going to go ahead and fetch and shock now, because we already have the Shadow in hand and we want to start drawing into live spells. They could have a push for this, but that gets us closer to Traverse. So, like if they have the push now, they're going to have the push later. Bolt the Goy, sure. Alright, so that does get us a Shadow if we want it. We're not going to play it just yet because of Rin. We don't want them to just have a free downtick Rin, kill a Shadow. Alright, so we don't really want them to have a Liliana sitting around. Swamp, not the greatest draw. Alright. What do we got? Another Liliana? Yeah. Don't really have a good way to deal with that, which is unfortunate. But if our opponent does go to like fetch up something tapped, we're going to Aether Gust this Rin. We definitely don't want to let them keep the engine of just Rin getting back fetch lands to freely pitch to Liliana. Alright, Let's see if we can find a way to turn this traverse on. That that technically turns traverse on. We're not going to cast it. We're going to discard it to a lily. But it does mean that the second traverse is live. Ha, we wanted you to do that. Yep. So many seasoned pyromancers. Alright, so we get to push this Goyf. Traverse online, but they've got the Liliana. So we want to get a Luris and not play it, because we can't get any kind of value off of it immediately. But if we wait, we can Luris get back Shadow. And our out is basically them having like nothing relevant in hand. Which isn't beyond the realm of possibility here. Alright. Or they got the removal spell. So that's probably going to spell GG's for us. We'll keep fighting out just to see if we draw into something. Don't believe there's anything. Like another Shadow or Traverse wouldn't be the worst thing in the world here. That would probably be our best option. You're a little late. Alright, we got one more draw step. Because if we do draw something, we can play it out, veil the edict, go from there. Oh no, we're just dead to this. Never mind. GG's. GG's. Alright, so let's put a mark on Jund. We go back down to 50% in that matchup, 7-7. But I appreciate everybody coming to hang out today. I'm probably going to call it there. If you haven't yet, feel free to hit that follow button. Lets you know whenever I go live, so you can come hang out, see what's going on. Maybe learn a little bit about this deck. I don't claim to know everything, but I claim to be really good at trying out a bunch of things and seeing if they work. So that's kind of what this channel's all about. But other than that, if anybody has any cards that they would really love to see in a future league, like feel free to shoot me a message, leave a comment, anything you want to get those across, and I'll be more than happy to give them a shot. I believe the next league we're going to be running some Hex Parasite. That's probably going to be tomorrow around 2 o'clock. I'm going to try to get into a habit of streaming about that same time every day. And we will go from there. So I hope everybody has a fantastic rest of their weekend. And be safe out there. And get ready for the new week.